All right, so I am working on my last blade standing sword right now. This is the final stage of the billet itself. I've already had to make 2 billets for it. One out of Damascus, one out of brass Damascus. Now taking that normal Damascus, 200 layers, that's my core, 2 copper shims, and then on the outside I have that brass Damascus. So right now I'm forge welding that all together. It's technically brazing, but still, we're getting that all stuck together permanently. Sorry, I've got to keep a close eye on the temperature. I'm trying to keep it around 1800 degrees because of the brass. I don't want to melt that brass out. I'm using silicon brass, so it's got higher melting temperature, closer to 1880 supposedly, but I've had it melt a little lower, so I'm trying to be careful. Good morning, brick. Little typo though, but good morning. I appreciate it. All right, thanks everybody for joining me. My name's Brock. I am the owner and bladesmith of Woodson Knife Co. Today I am working on my last blade standing sword. Once I get that drawn out and I'm satisfied with it, we still have some time. I have another sword I'm going to be working on. If not, I'm going to work on it tomorrow. So yes, I possibly will be forging tomorrow as well. I'm not sure I'm going to do it. Actually, yeah, I will do it on here. I am going to start doing some lives over on YouTube for this last blade standing, but not there yet. All right. So this is a very critical part of the process. It's not the most exciting to watch, or even really do. But it's critical because if I don't get this right, that whole billet's wasted. And that's a lot of money and a lot of time. So like I said, I'm just monitoring what the temperature is in the forge, and the way I do that is I have a digital readout right there, and then the very top right up there I have a K-type thermocouple, which is just a thermometer, so but a really high temp thermometer in the thousands of degrees. It's good up to about 2600 degrees. Turn this a little bit. All right, that's number 2. I am going to do a third one on this because I'm so, not nervous, but I want to make sure that this thing is set properly and everything gets forge welded together. Again, it's technically brazing because in between the jacket, the 2 pieces of the jacket and the core is copper, and that's what's going to hold these 3 pieces together. Now I think I am going to do a raindrop Damascus. However, I'm going to do it here after we get this forge welded together. That way that raindrop pattern is going to be really drawn out at the end. It's a little risky at this point, and maybe I should wait. You know what? I think I am going to wait, make sure I keep more of that structural integrity, and I'm going to wait till I draw that out a little bit. I'm going to skinny up the billet as well, because it's gonna be a sword, so it's going to be long and skinny. So we're going to start working on that. Once I get that to a point I feel comfortable with it, then I'll do the raindrop. I need strength. All right. Check the billet. Not quite there. It got really cold on that last press, so it's going to take a minute to get back up to temperature. The way I'm judging that, the temperature of the actual billet, is I want its color to match the inside of the forge, because I know what the forge temperature is. So if it's the same color as the walls, then it's going to be the same temperature as the forge readout. Which unfortunately, my forge does not want to stay at 1800 degrees. It wants to go higher or lower. So I'm fighting with the temperature a bit. And I've done a lot of adjustments with the airflow and the gas. Now I'm just pulling that brick, my door, back away a little bit to help drop that temperature. We're sitting at 1806 right now, so I'm pretty happy with that. It is starting to get warm in here though. It's really cold outside. Well, it's like in the 30 degrees. It's rainy. It's nasty outside. So I shouldn't say it's really cold, but it's not comfortable. I was wearing just my last blade standing t-shirt under this, and I decided real quick that was not enough. Almost there. So when we get to it, this is what my raindrop Damascus dies look like. So all I'll do is I'll press those together and it'll dimple in where each of these points are. Then I'll grind it down to smooth where those points end, and that's going to leave that raindrop Damascus pattern in there. And my goal is to get it all the way down through the jacket and at least to the core. If I can get a little farther, perfect. If not, that's okay. And the reason I want to go through the jacket, through the copper layers, and to the core is it's actually going to create connection points between the jacket and the core. Kind of like being riveted together, almost. Just not that simplistic. All right, I think that's about ready to go, so I'm going to turn this a little bit. Oh yeah. Okay, now we're just going to get back up to temperature, and I'm going to turn it up on its side and this is going to take some time because I have to do it very meticulously, very slowly, because I've got those non-ferrous metals in there. Their shearing isn't as strong, their shearing strength isn't as strong as the steel. And so now not only do I have to worry about that, but I also still have to worry about temperature and getting that that brass or that copper too hot and it melts. We're just really worried about the brass because it is a lower melting temperature than the copper. The copper is all the way up to 1984 degrees. That's where it melts. This brass is around 1880, but I've had it melt lower. So I singed my eyebrows, or not my eyebrows, my eyelashes. I had my glasses on, just not on far enough, and just happened to get a rush of heat up there. I only know because they feel like they're sticking together now. Drop this down a little bit more so you guys can just a little better. There we go. Check the billet. Not quite. I still have some shadowing on that far side. Where it's just a little darker color than the rest of the billet, and that means that's a cold spot, so I don't want that. Randy, hello, welcome. All right, hey everybody, if you don't already follow me, hit that follow button. Also, please hit that like button as many times as you can. The more times you hit the like button, the more likes I get, which means the more likely I am to show up on other people's For You page, which in turn helps me grow, and I really appreciate the help. I want to make sure this billet is really up to temperature. It has plenty of time to soak in there because I'm going to flip that up on its side, and I'm going to be creating a lot of stresses on those different layers. So we're just going to go through, flatten out the sides, then turn it on its face, flatten that out again, and we're just going to go back and forth, back and forth. I'm not going to do this on the power hammer because that would be way too much stress way too quickly. So we're going to just do some press kisses, just little bitty kisses on it until we start getting that where we want. Now, as we progress with this and that billet gets smaller, this process of heating it up is going to get faster. In turn, I'm going to also have less time to do what I need to do because it's going to cool faster. I don't use vermiculite. I don't even have any. You don't have to use vermiculite to anneal my blades. I throw them in my kiln, bring it up to like 1600 degrees, and just shut it off. I have a Paragon which holds heat really well, and so I just shut it off and let it sit in there overnight, and that works really well. You know, you can just put it in regular sand. I've seen people use kitty litter, anything that's getting insulated and allow that piece of steel to cool down at a really slow rate is going to anneal the blade. But yeah, I just use my kiln. I just use my kiln to anneal the steel. as I go. All right, I bet we're ready. Oh yeah. Now it is very possible I'm not going to be able to do this the way I want, because just with that little press, it did start to blow out the jacket, which means stuff released. What I want to see is it kind of bow out at the top, not in the center. So we'll see. That may have been really bad, may not matter. I mean, I would have the sand inside at room temperature at least. I don't think having it cold is going to help the situation at all. But yeah, if you just have it in at room temperature, shove it in the sand. That billet needs to be really hot. You know, like I said, I usually go to 1600, 1650. Actually, I think it's my kiln is set to 1650, and so I let it run that cycle. It's at 15 minutes, so it gets everything nice and hot, and I turn it off, and it takes hours to cool down. So, yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't leave the sand outside to do it. I would have it at least at room temperature. I think we're going to change out the dies. Maybe? Yeah, I think we're going to start using the combo dies. Actually, we'll do one more run with the flat dies and then we'll switch, because we're about ready. I'm not liking how that's going. I think we're just going to go to the regular drawing dies because I don't have enough surface area. Actually, I might. We'll try these first and see how it goes. So I know the layers separated, which I don't like, but we'll see if we can salvage. I've had worse happen, been able to save it. So we'll see. I still put the wrong dies in. My brain is stuck on that last press, worrying about if it was good enough or not. Messages. Hey Rich, yeah, I am working on the competition sword right now, trying to get the billet drawn out. All right, here we go. Yeah, so hopefully having it delaminate like that in there is savable because of the copper shim. Like I said, I've had that happen before. I've had worse things happen before, and it's been fine. I've saved it. Just basically go back through and do another forge welding press like I just did. That was enough that I didn't hear any popping afterwards. Sometimes after you do that and you're trying to stick them back together, you'll hear a little popping as it kind of pops back apart. I didn't hear any of that. I didn't see any evidence of cold spots or anything like that, so hopefully we're doing good. We shall see. Hey, Mishka. Yeah, you stay here. So last week when I was on my live, Mishka likes to go outside when I'm forging and lay down in the driveway. I never worry about it. Well, she went on a little walkabout through the neighborhood, and so I had to go find her. Well, I went looking for her and then she came home, but she just went around to the next cul-de-sac over and was saying hi to neighbors. All right, so I think we'll still use the flat side of the combo dies for another pass, and then we'll switch over to the drawing side and start drawing this out. I'm hoping at some point I can crush the sides a little bit and not have that bowing issue, but that may not be an option. If it's not an option, whatever. My eyelashes are sticking together and it's bugging the heck out of me. I got a little heat flash in the face earlier, and it just singed the tip of my eyelashes. And it's freaking annoying. Okay. Hey Robert, so I am working on my last blade standing competition sword right now. This is the third stage of making the billet. So I've already made the Damascus, I've already made the brass Damascus. Now I'm combining those two with some copper shims. The brass Damascus is the jacket, the normal Damascus is the core. Yeah, Rich, I've never had her do that at all. So it was a little surprising. I didn't expect it. Well, this actually isn't my hammer. This is a press. My power hammer is right there. So I may be using that later today. We'll see. All right, hey everybody, if you don't already follow me, hit that follow button. Also, hit that like button. The more times you do it, the better. The more likes I get, the more likely I am to show up on other people's For You page. So that's why we'll go from like 40, 50 people watching up to like, right now we're at 164. Welcome everybody. Thanks for joining the live. Right now I am working on the billet for my last blade standing sword. I should do a run through with the power hammer. Do a run through with the power hammer. Make sure everything gets hit really nice and hard and it's really tight. Oh yeah. Yeah, so this is a 16-ton press. My concern with using the power hammer on a billet like this is I might be putting unneeded stresses into that non-ferrous metal. So I don't think I'm going to use the power hammer. We are going to switch over to the drawing dies now. So as we go, when we start drawing this out and it gets thinner, especially when we move over to the rolling mill, that's when I'm going to know for sure if this billet holds together or not. Because if not, if what I'm doing doesn't work, that billet's just going to go bloop, and then it's completely trashed and I got to start over. And I really, really, really don't want to do that. Now I do have extra brass Damascus and I do have extra Damascus from those two billets. I didn't use all of it. And I have enough that I could do this again. Man, I don't want to. Nice, Joe, welcome. Glad to see you too, man. I know you've been working hard. So far, so good. We're still looking good. Like I said, that is a problem that can rear its ugly head later. Personally, I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're good. And like I keep saying, I've had that happen before when I turn one of these billets with non-ferrous metal on it, like brass or copper, that instead of, normally they'll kind of bow out the top and the bottom like this, they'll bow out in the middle. What that means is we're delaminating somewhere in that billet, and that's bad. But I think we saved it, because what I did is I went right back over, repressed it, reflattened it out. Now we've gotten a little bit more aggressive switching to the drawing dies because we're focusing more of that 16-ton pressure in a smaller area. So usually I'm going to start seeing issues about this time, if there are going to be any. So far I don't see any. So that's a good thing. So and I've got markings on the floor. I don't know if you guys saw my stupid little video earlier, but I've got some markings on the floor, not just for this sword, but the other sword I'm working on, so I can just lay them down on the floor and see the length. I also have some reference marks for width on my anvil, although I don't think I'm going to be using them for this blade, but the other blade that's it's a ADCR V2 core with Damascus jacket, that I can do a little bit more manipulation with it and I'm not as worried. So being able to increase or decrease the width of that billet's not going to be a big deal. This one's challenging. All right, we're gonna do the raindrop. Now what this means for this billet is after I do the raindrop, I gotta make sure it's all flat, which I'm gonna flatten it out first. I just gotta heat it up, I'm gonna flatten out the anvil. So I'm gonna run it through the raindrop and then it's gotta cool off. I'm gonna anneal it. It's going to be a short annealing process, but I'm still going to anneal it in the kiln, and then I've got to grind both sides down, or else it won't be that raindrop pattern. So during that time, we're going to work on the other sword, which means I will be cranking up the temperature of the forge. Try to line the little nubs up as much as I can, but they do not line up perfectly. All right, hey everybody, keep hitting that like button. I really appreciate it. We aren't even to 1,000 reactions yet, 1,000 likes yet. So let's see if we can get to 2K. I'd really like to boost this video. Like I said, after this, we're going to be working on the other sword, which I've already started to draw out. Now it's still shorter than it needs to be. It's about 24 to maybe 25 inches. I think at 24. It's still pretty thick. It's over a 1/4 inch thick. So we're going to draw this out. We're going to form the tip. And yeah, that's the plan. sit, I'm going to flatten this billet out real quick. Bear with me. Alright, billet's back to flat. It's still got a banana curve in it, but it's fine for now. We'll be able to fix that later without any problem. What that comes from, not where it curves down, but where it'll curve to one side or the other, is the dies aren't completely flat all the way across. You have one point that, sticks down further than the rest. There's no way to really avoid that because of the heat transfer with the dies, and they do expand, all that kind of stuff. But you have that pretty much on anything. So all you gotta do is flip it back over and kind of work it the opposite direction. Sounds good, Joe. Yeah, I'm going to try to get a significant amount done today. Especially because I'm going to be switching over to the other sword. So it's probably going to be a long day for me, but we'll see. Okay, first run through on the drawing dies. Now, because the end that I did last, that had more time to cool, so we didn't get as deep as where we started. So I've now flipped the end, flipped it end to end in the kiln, the forge. That way when I come out, that end that needed more pressure is going to be the first end we do. I'm still going to try to line up those dimples now. It's really difficult, but do my best. All right, come on everybody. We are down to 27 viewers. Let's see if we can get it up. We've hit, oh wow, we hit 2K likes. We're at 2,100. We still dropped all the way down to 26 viewers. So keep hitting that like button. Let's see if we can get it back up. That's your guys' job. Comments and likes. And, you know, ask questions, comment. All that good stuff. I'm about ready. Thanks, Joe. All right, I think I'm gonna take this flannel off because this is just too much. And of course, as soon as I take my apron off, Mishka gets all excited. starts heading towards the door because she thinks we're done. If I turn off a certain light in here and take my apron off, she knows we're leaving. All right. Let's do another run. This is not the most enjoyable part, simply because it's so hard to line those dimples back up to where the original push was. So it's just tedious and kind of annoying. Hopefully it'll be worth it in the end. We'll see. So the last blade standing shirts, this version was, I think they're already done with them. I think I only had when I found out they were on sale, I think I had 12 hours or something like that left to buy them. So I was a little bit out of the loop. I do think they still have some other shirts that they're selling for the supporters, but I'll get back to you, Joe, because I don't know for sure. Yeah, I'm just not sure. There's a lot of things about this competition that I'm finding out days after it happens, just because I'm not as active in that community, like with the personal chats and everything like that among the bladesmiths. I'm just not very active in that stuff. So there's been things that have happened that I just completely unaware for days. But fortunately, there's nothing that affects me directly. So. So how was everybody's weekend? I had just a completely chill, relaxed weekend, did absolutely nothing. I had nothing accomplished that I can think of. I didn't work on anything. It was really nice. I just hung out with kids, and that was really, really nice, just to relax and not worry about anything. But that means I gotta go hard this week. Sorry, I just wanted to flip that billet over. Still had some shadowing, not like pinpoint shadowing, but it just wasn't stamped yet. I appreciate the likes, guys. Thank you. We're up to 4K. I want to see if we can get to 10K today. Although I think 10K is doable. No problem. So we've done that before. We've done it where we were at like 2,000 likes, and then an hour later we were at 10,000, which is cool. There's a lot of missed dimple marks on there. And that's part of the reason a lot of guys just drill. You're losing material either way, and with drilling you have to be really careful about your depth, because if you go too far, you might go through your core material. But hopefully this works. We'll see. Oh, Joe, I gotta show you your. Hold on. So like I said, it's ready for grinding. .26" from here. So with that one, I've got to do my initial bevels on it, and then start doing my normalizing cycles. There's going to be quite a few of them to get that down to the hardness I want, really soft, and then I'll clay it up, do the quench, and hopefully I'll have a cool hamon. Yes, that is my take on the Book of Eli machete. That is a special order for Joe here. It's out of W2 steel, so I'm going to try to do a good hamon on it. I've got a couple other blades that I'm going to do at the same time. Hold on, I got to answer something real quick. This is gonna pause the video. So I actually have media or business manager, marketing manager, I think it is now, to try and help grow this business. Man, they're not cheap. And it's kind of a newer thing. It's we're just over a month now, so still getting in the swing of it. But for those of you that follow me on Facebook and follow Woodson Knife Co. on Facebook, Instagram, any of that, you're going to start seeing some posts. They're not directly from me, and they're from him. So it's really cool because it's going to be less time that I have to spend posting things, and more time that I can spend on orders and such. Alright, we're getting there. So each time I do a run through those depressions are getting a little bit deeper and deeper, so it's easier for me to line up on the dies themselves. So as we go, that's getting a little easier. It's going to take several passes to get this where I really want. And like I was saying earlier, once I get this raindrop pattern as deep as I'm trying to, I'm going to throw it in the kiln for annealing, and then grind off the outside all the way down to where those dimple marks almost disappear completely. And what's going to be left behind is a raindrop pattern. It's going to also do something else for me, two other things, hopefully. One thing is theoretical. Because I'm not drilling, I'm actually pressing. And there's going to be voids where the core material is going to be all the way to the top or close to it. And I think in those spots, it's going to act as almost riveting, where the jacket and the core touch and are forged well together. So it's not just the brazed ferric steel in between them. So that's one thing I hope is going to happen. The other thing is I'm going to be thinning that jacket out significantly. I don't want much of that jacket on the sword. I do want some, but I want to get rid of a lot of it because I want to primarily focus on the core and making sure that's strong enough for the testing. And if I have too much ferric non-ferrous metal in there, it can actually cause problems when you go to bend it, it can break. So trying to avoid that and make sure it's as strong as possible. So with that other billet, or the other sword I'm working on, the Wheel of Time Golden Crane sword, it looks kind of like a mix between a katana and more of an English straight sword, or quite a rapier, but it doesn't look like, it looks like a mix of different cultures. Different kinds of swords, and So it's long, it's slender, it's got a little bit of a curve to it. It doesn't quite have your Americanized Tonto, that real short Tonto tip. It's more of a sweeping tip. And it's a bit longer sword than what I'm working on. It's 36 inches instead of the 27. But with it, I was able to get that billet pretty slender. And so I'm going to draw it out, and at the same time, I'm going to try to widen that billet just a little bit. Give it a little bit more height from edge to spine, and that'll help with durability. That sword is actually going to a customer who does armored combat. So it's going to get used and abused quite a bit. And I really don't want to come back broken. All right, we're getting there, but not very quickly. Part of the reason it's taken so long is, as I'm doing this, I'm missing those dimples, and so they're ending up side by side like this. It'll still look cool when it's done, but it's not going as deep as I want. So that's what I'm working on right now. I think I'm going to just work on one end at a time. Get those nice and deep, flip it over to the other side. Probably what I should have done in the first place, but hi, Mish. Mishka girl. Now that we're getting into fall and coming up on winter, I may start doing some Sunday forging again. We'll see. It'll only be on days where we don't have anything going on. And it's not going to be a regular thing like it was, because I'm going to stick with the Mondays for now, at least. They seem to be working for most people. The viewership isn't as high as it was on the weekends, but that's expected because it's during working hours on Monday. So probably be better if I did this on Friday, because nobody wants to work Friday. I may start doing some on Friday, but we're going to hold the Mondays for now at least. Not the prettiest right now, but we're getting there. I think we are going to switch the billet around to the other side. Oh, nice. Nice, Joe. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all the likes. That's awesome. It's funny because now we're down to 12 people. It's just how it works. And it's hard on lives like this because people come in and they just see me standing here. I'm not doing anything at the moment they come in, so come in and they leave. It's probably only the people that see the equipment or see the apron or something and are like, oh, hey, what's he doing? All right, so we got that flipped around. We're going to do the other side, probably at least 2 passes, see how that looks, and then we'll move on. Grab a drink of water real quick. Now for both of these swords that I'm working on, they are going to be a stock removal design. By that is, I'm not going to forge in the bevels. Because these are layered, if I forge in the bevels, those layers just come together, and it's going to take a lot to grind through them to actually show the pattern. So when I'm done, they're not going to have bevels. I will do the curve to them. With the longer sword, I'm going to at least do the tip. I'm not going to do the tip on the competition one because with that non-ferrous metal in there, it's really hard to work that metal and get it to bend without separating. Yes, they are raindrop dies. And that's what I'm working on right now. I'm about a little more than halfway through it, I think. I need to get some dies with some different patterns as well. They have some really cool patterns out there that I just haven't messed with. Yeah, I think we'll do one more good one of those on that side, and then I'll throw it in the kiln to anneal. And then we'll switch over to that other sword. And then once that billet's annealed, we'll grind off the outside and we'll start forging it again. But that's going to take, I'm not going to wait for it to fully anneal, okay? I don't even think I'm going to turn the kiln on. Actually, I might here in a minute turn it on just to get some heat in there. But I'm not going for a full annealing cycle because I'm going to use the grinder. Not the belt grinder, just the angle grinder. Dragon's Forge, I'm doing good, man. How are you? Yeah, hopefully this all works out. That's all I can say. I really don't want to have to redo this billet. There's just too much work already into it. And hopefully it comes out looking cool and not like a polished turd. Yep, same here. Yeah, I'm working on the billet, the final stage of the billet right now. Doing some raindrop pattern in it currently. We're starting the raindrop pattern. What kind of sword are you doing? I'm doing a wakizashi. For a starter for sharpening besides stones, stones, or rods. Sharpening rods are good too. Stones are great. If you have anything with a kind of recurve, stones won't work. So you've got to have like diamond sharpening rods. The ones I use are oval, which is kind of cool. A little bit more surface area as you're going across. There are some sharpening systems out there. I just tell everybody, don't ever buy a V-groove sharpener. They're just garbage. Thanks, Big Sway. Yeah, work sharp's not bad. Yeah, it is. It's like a belt sander. You can't set the angles as accurate, but you know, for something like that'd be fine. Yeah, work sharp's probably, if you don't want to do stones or rods, it's probably a good choice. Alright, so we're done with the rainbow dies. I'm gonna go click the kiln on real quick just to get some heat in there. So bear with me. Yeah, Blue Snake, you might want to try getting some diamond stones that are a course grit. I mean, that's what those are for, is to fix damage like that. Send this. Ooh. I almost went with Falchion. Whatever. I almost went with that. In fact, I went back and forth days after the competition even started because I couldn't decide what design. But hey, thanks, Big Sway. It's been a lot of work. Yeah, so 400 and 800 is great for refining an edge, but you want to be at like 120 if you're getting rid of chips and stuff like that. Cranking up the heat. That billet is now in the kiln. The kiln was at 450 degrees when I put it in there, which isn't a lot, but it is still going to help it cool down a little slower. And honestly, it's not that big of an issue with what I'm doing on that billet that cools down really slowly. I don't need that billet fully annealed, is what I'm saying. Yeah, most of my work is custom builds. In fact, the sort I'm going to switch over and work on right now is a custom order. Yeah, I'd say 75% of my business is custom orders. So if you're interested in a knife or a custom order, go over to my website, woodsonKnifeCo.com. There is a link in my bio. Check out, the shop, and check out my photo gallery. If you have any questions or you want a price on a custom order, shoot me a message through the website. There'll be a little contact button. Actually, I think there's several contact buttons, but yeah, it's the best way to do it. All right, so we're already over 2,000 degrees. Go ahead and move this over. Got to figure out what tongs I want to use, because I have more than a few. Yeah. Yeah, see, the problem is, Blue Snake, with those mass-produced, cheaper knives, they don't last. They don't hold a good edge. They're inferior steel, inferior products, period. So when you're buying a custom knife, you know, from somebody like me or another bladesmith for that matter, you're not just paying for American made, you're paying for higher quality steel, higher quality materials in general. And, you know, my knives, I expect them to be heirlooms and be passed down. Like Joe, that's what he's doing, is he's buying knives and passing them down. So that money you're spending on cheap junk knives over your lifetime, or even, you know, a few years, you could save by just buying a good custom knife. You know, and like me, I try to make it easier. I can set up payment plans, especially on special orders. Most special orders, it's $100 deposit, and then, you know, it takes me a while to make it. During that time, a lot of people either make payments, or they just save up the money, and by the time it's done, they have it all. So think about that. You sharpen yours monthly for a good edge. That's scary. I use my little carry knife all the time. I beat the heck out of this, use it as a screwdriver, all sorts of stupid stuff. I've had it for well over a year, and I've sharpened it once. It's about due, but I've sharpened it one time. And even then, that wasn't a full-on sharpening. That was, I honed it with a ceramic stone and then hit it on the strop. And that was it. And it was razor sharp again. Okay, we are looking really good. So I want to try widening this billet a little bit. And I'm going to utilize, oh, that's why. So why isn't this moving the way I want? So I had it set up wrong. So I'm going to utilize the power hammer for that. And I'm going to go in. We're going to go in straight like this. So it'll spread out the sides. Not going to do super heavy, but that already got me to about where I want. Hello? Oh, hey, man. Awesome, thank you. I like my UPS driver because I'm all the way down my driveway, and if he knows I'm out here, he'll just bring the package down to me. I don't do folding knives because they don't last. There are too many things that can go wrong with a folding knife. You lose screws and everything. I do have pocket knives. They're fixed blades, and they have a sheath that goes in your pocket. So go check those out on my website, man, woodsonKnifeCo.com. I'll grab one, actually. I got one right here. don't know why I didn't do this first off. So this is what it looks like in the sheath. So this goes out over your pocket. Oops, if I can get it in the right pocket. And that holds it into the pocket. Brand new pants, so they're a little stiff. But this is what I'd recommend if you like having a folder. You can beat the heck out of this, and you're not going to lose screws. You're not going to have to worry about damaging anything inside the folder, like the retention or anything. Hey Randy, that's an awesome question. So how long does the blade stay razor sharp? Now that does depend on the quality of steel and the quality of heat treat. Also, what hardness that was heat treated to. So a chef's knife is going to be tempered to a higher hardness than say a knife like this. So that chef's knife's going to be harder and going to hold its edge a little bit longer, or at least it should. Now, you're going to go, if I really work hard on sharpening a knife, I can get it scary sharp, like touch a hair to it and it'll cut it. That's sharp. That kind of sharp is not going to last long. And then it'll be a working edge after that. Even, when you get it down to shaved hair, that kind of edge isn't going to last that long unless you maintain it with a strop and a ceramic rod or something. It's still going to be sharp and still going to cut stuff really easily, but it's not going to have that extreme razor edge. All right, let's do another run with this. Now I'm not worried about whitening it anymore, just getting the leg right. All right, so we got that back in. Now we're going to switch over to the rolling mill. Grab this. Oh, I don't know what this is. So as I do this with the rolling mill, you're going to see me go out of frame. And what I'm doing is flipping that billet end to end on the anvil. That way I'm doing both ends of it and getting it the same thickness the entire length. Back here. Actually, that might be a little bit better. Yeah, we'll try that. You guys let me know if this is a bad angle or you just can't see very well. But let's give this location to try. Now this is going to get to the point where I'm not going to switch end to end because I can't fit it all on my board. Cool. All right, thanks. And I'm glad your wife still likes that knife, Joe. I'll show you guys a special order that getting pretty close to done. This is what I call a heavy Nakiri. Now the reason I call it that is it's got a razor thin edge. So this isn't a good chopper, it's a great slicer, like a Nakiri. Yeah, my wife's really understanding, fortunately. And the way I've done all this is after the first few months, it was all money that I made from the business went back into the business. And I mean, I still haven't pulled hardly anything out of the business. But I digress. Yeah, my wife does like to give me crap about it, but she is very understanding and supporting. In fact, she was giving me crap yesterday about it. About 8 inches left. And I'm going to have more than enough steel to do that. Yes, I do sell them. This is my full-time job. My website is woodsonKnifeco.com. And like I was saying earlier, about 75% of my work is special order. So if you have something in mind that you want custom, or you see something in the photo gallery on my website that you like and there's not one available, just shoot me a message through the website, and I can get you a price. And just takes a deposit. Orders under $1,000, it's just a $100 deposit. Over that, it's 20%. Man, we're down to 18 people. All right, hey everybody, do me a favor, hit that like button. I mean, smash that like button. Just pound on it. The more times you hit, the better. Let's try to get to 10,000 likes. We're at 5,700 right now. See if we can get up to 10,000. right, hey, we're getting our numbers up there. Keep it up, guys. I really appreciate it. Last blade standing in the house. How you doing? All right, everybody, if you don't already follow Last Blade Standing, go give them a follow. They're the ones running the Last Blade Standing Season 3 competition. Got my shirt on. We've got my billet for the sword, for my competition sword, annealing right now, or just at least cooling down kind of slowly. I'm not going to fully anneal it. Thanks, man. Germany, how you doing? But yeah, if you are here interested in Last Blade Standing and following along with me and the other Smiths that are competing, go do that. Click on Last Blade Standing's profile and give them a follow. So right now, what I'm working on is a special order sword that's much longer. Overall length's going to be 36 inches. Roughly. It is a Sanmai 80 CRV2 core with 200 layers of Damascus, or was it 300? No, it was 180 layers of Damascus on each side. I may have to check my notes, but 192, my notes are right there. 192 layers on each side. 4 or 5 inches. I think we're going to get that taut again. No, actually, I know what we're going to do. We're going to flip ends. So I don't get too many cycles in without evening out both ends of that billet. Yeah, rolling mill is really nice. I had the rolling mill way before I had the power hammer. And my thought at the time was, well, do a lot of the stuff with the rolling mill that I would want to do with the power hammer. I know it's a little different, but at the time that was my reasoning. All right, so I flipped that end to end. We're heating up the other side. It's of course thicker because I can't run the spot where I'm holding it with the clamp through the rolling mill. There is a way to do it. Turn it on and feed it from the back, but that's a pain and not how the rolling mill is really designed to work. All right, we're up to 6,200 likes. Keep it up, everybody. I really appreciate it. Not quite ready. I had a little too far in there, so that end that is in question that I'm trying to even out was colder than the rest of the billet, so I just pulled it out a little bit. Here shortly it'll be ready. So once I get the length down, I've got to verify thickness. Make sure I'm happy with that, which I think I'm going to be just looking at the sword. I don't think I'm going to have extra material left over. Just random pattern. I don't typically do twists or anything like that. It's just not my favorite. And I can get some really neat patterns just using the press. And I like raindrop, but I consider doing a mosaic Damascus for the jacket on this. But I decided against it because it's a lot of work. All right. Yeah, hopefully. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to check on my other billet. would think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull that other billet out here shortly. Get it set up in the Bison ready for grinding. Because I'm going to use my angle grinder and this guy. Yeah. All right, so there's the forge. Now it's obviously a home built because it's not that pretty. 24 inches deep. And that's before the bricks and all that. I like it. I am going to eventually buy a is it a chili forge or something like that. Yeah, that fan's really quiet, and that fan is way oversized. If I had to do this ever again, I'd get a much smaller fan. It was only $100, but man, that thing is just way oversized. I have everything blocked off on it, and my air valve, almost completely shut to keep it where I want. Love how that works. I'll start getting a real crazy banana shape in it, and if I flip it, put it in the right position, you know, hold it just right, stand on one foot, it'll straighten itself out. A few more inches. Hey, keep those likes coming, everybody. We are up to 7,500. Man, it's not even noon here yet. 10 more minutes. I think we can definitely hit 10,000 and more. Hey, how's it going? All right, so I've got like 2 to 3 more inches to get to the length I want. And then we'll start doing the tip. Power hammer, push bends, pull straight. Huh. I guess I never thought of it that way, Big Sway. Or at least I just haven't really noticed it like that. But no, what it is because of the heat, and you know, even steel expands when it's exposed to heat, you're going to have spots on those dies that are thicker than the rest. And so usually it's the center, and so it's trying to push everything out. And so as you go, the outside isn't as tight as the middle, so it's pushing that blade end, or that steel end angle. Yeah, I didn't know that about power hammer either. Well, hey man, I appreciate you stopping in. All right, that's length right there. I am still going to flip it around and do the other side so we're nice and even. So I hope you guys noticed that I said I needed 2 or 3 more inches. That one pass, or well, it was more than one pass, but that there we go. I only tightened it a quarter of it was actually like a sixth of a turn, I think it is. Yeah, it would be a sixth of a turn. And that gave me that 2 to 3 inches that I needed. So these rolling mills are really useful, especially when you're working on billets. I do a lot of big billets. My average billet is 4 inches wide and 26 inches long by about 0.8 to 0.2 thick. So that's decent size, and using the rolling mill really helps. That's the raindrop billet. So I think we'll do the sides first, because that'll lessen our surface area that we have to grind flat. All right, so we're done with the rolling mill, so move over here. I'm going to be doing some work on the anvil. I also need to set up my curve. Grab a Sharpie. All right. So I set up the curve for both of them. The Wakizashi is going to be a little straighter. Too much. this one's probably a little too much. Let's grab it sharply again. That looks a little better. It's just a reference line. Now this is definitely our wider end, so that's going to be our tip. What I'm doing now is I'm straightening it out, and then we're going to do some controlled hits across here to start that arch. And I'm going to use my reference line that I just drew on the ground to kind of help me out, just as a visual reference. I can hold it up to and be like, no, that's too much curve or not enough. Billet master. Thanks, Big Sway, I like it. Fire, nice. Thank you for that. Let's move it back a little bit. How's that? There we go. Now my tank is almost empty, but I have two, and the other one's full. So. What? In the camera, it looks like my tanks are leaned together, but they're not. They're straight up and down. It's just the way the light comes through right there. Putting day into the blade. Oh, clay. No, I won't be claying these because the 80 CRV2 core on this one that I'm working on isn't going to really take a hamon, and then the Damascus I don't want a hamon on, and it wouldn't show up right. The other blade, my last blade, standing blade, I considered doing W2 core, but then I changed my mind because I wanted the flexibility of the 80 CRV2. It's just a little bit flexible, more flexible than W2. right, so I've got that blade straight as I can get it, without running it through like straightening dies or anything like that. So my next thing is we're gonna get hot, and I'm gonna start doing some control hits with the blade. Well, the billet, it's not a blade yet. Across the horn and the ambit. And then I'll check my curvature against what I have on the ground there. And actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna stop on that. I kind of forgot something. I was gonna forge in the tip on this. So, yeah, we're gonna forge in the tip real quick. Completely forgot about that. Now, it wouldn't matter so much because this is technically going to be a stock removal sword after the forging, because I'm not going to forge in those bevels. So it's like a hybrid, right? And this may end up being longer than anticipated. If it is, then I'll just cut a little off down towards the tank. So, but we'll see. All right. So one thing that I should have just probably just gone with cutting it off, because it already had some kind of fish lip looking thing on the end of it. But whatever, we'll forge it down anyways. So 10,000 likes. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate that. Keep them coming. But that's freaking awesome. Thank you guys. I really appreciate the support. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. And not just be here on the app, I mean be here with this as my full-time job. Because I make zero off this app. Actually, I take that back. I've made $34 and change since I've had this app. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut that off anyways. There's a little bit of an issue at the very end, like the last centimeter. So we're just gonna go back to what we were gonna do originally. But yeah, the last little centimeter of that, there's a seam there that doesn't look right to me, and I'm gonna want to cut that off anyways, so we'll grind it off. So I'm going to stop trying to force the tip in on that because I'm going to fight that little seam for a while. And I don't feel like doing a hot cut because I got other stuff to work on. So but we'll get this heated up and we'll start doing that curve. And I gotta start working on that billet. I gotta cut off the ends or the sides where my sacrificial steel is. So with billets like that have non-ferrous metal in them, you have to seal them airtight. And so what I do is I make my billet and then I weld pieces of 1018 mild steel all the way around the seams, the outside. You can fully encase it, but to me that's just an extra step. I used to do that, but then when I stopped, I saw no difference, no advantage. Actually, there were some disadvantages because every once in a while, that sacrificial steel on the outside, the main plates, would still bond in certain spots. And so I'd have to chisel them off or grind them off. So just doing it on the sides, I think, is quicker, easier, and smarter. But that's my opinion. For whatever that's worth. Alright, so there's the start of our curve. I think that end is good, so we're going to flip it around to the other end. Hey everybody, welcome to my Monday Live. My name's Brock, I'm the owner and bladesmith of Woodson Knife Co. Right now I'm working on a sword as a special order. We're working on the curvature of the sword. I've got kind of a basic line drawn out where I want that curve to be on the floor. After this, we're going to switch gears and I'm going to do some grinding on a billet that I was working on earlier. That is Raindrop. We're gonna get that cleaned up and then back in the forge and start drawing that thing out. So it's gonna be a long day. And I might have to switch tanks here soon. There we go, there's a little more. Let's turn down the air a little bit. It's hot enough to do what we're doing right now, and that's fine. But it's just hit 1800 degrees, so. That far end of this billet still is not hot enough to do what I want to do. So, plus I've been doing good. I need to keep going, losing weight. I think I like that. All right, so the next step with this guy, we get hot, make sure we're nice and straight. Then it's going to the kiln to anneal overnight. So I'm gonna turn that kiln on real quick. It is 1/4 afternoon here. So yeah, I am Pacific Standard Time. Nine hours back, yeah. No, so it's going to be my take. Now this is a special order sword, but it's going to be my version of a sword from the Wheel of Time. Now it's a book series and now a TV series. But it's kind of like a cross between a Japanese sword and a European sword. And I'm hoping I didn't put too much of a curve in it. Actually, bear with me, I'm going to check. So I'm going to fix that. It's got little issues that I want to fix. Right at the end, the last like 8 inches goes completely straight. And it's kind of looks like it's kinked. So I'm going to fix that real quick. How long you want to burn that? Not sure what you mean by that. How long do I keep it in the forge? If that's your question, keep it in there until the color looks right to me. Right now I just need a little bit of orange glow to it. Got my thumb with it. Right there. I'm always burning myself or cutting myself. That's how it works. into the kiln. Didn't want to fit in the kiln. I got it, but it's about 1/4 inch too long. Oh boy, okay. All right, next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch tanks real quick and then we're gonna grind on that. That's hooked up. I'm gonna leave the gas off for now. I'm gonna leave the fan going because I don't want that pipe right there. I don't want that pipe heating up too much because then it'll cause the gas to ignite inside the pipe. So, planning ahead. Okay, so question is, what kind of steel do I use and how do I make sure it's good? So I only buy steel from known steel manufacturers or reputable places. I don't buy anything overseas. As far as steel goes, there's some handle material that I get from overseas, but that's like mammoth tusk and mammoth molar, that kind of stuff, or bogwood oak. But I get most of my steel from New Jersey Steel Baron. I typically only deal with known steel. So. Yes, I do have rubber feet on the anvil. I also have wheels that flip down on my anvil. And then another way I quieted my anvil was, before I put it on, I put beads of silicone where the anvil sits. So that helps with that ringing significantly. So, all right, so next step is getting this ground out. But to do that, I'm gonna put my flannel back on because it's gonna get cold in here. So I'm gonna open up the door, put my respirator on, do some grinding. You know, the rubber feet, it's really nice as long as it's really hard rubber. But yeah, I don't have any problems with it. I like it. Anvil is 242 pounds. All right, here we go. All right, for the sake of time, I'm gonna just flip it on its side. We're gonna just do the flats. Yeah. That's what we're gonna go with. wonder if this is flat enough I can put it in my, it looks like it might be. If I can put this in my surface grinder, this is going to go a lot faster. So I think that's what we're going to try. I am glad I did this because I can see kind of some areas I need to focus on and stay away from. No, this isn't a bearing billet. This is, it's got brass Damascus, copper shims, and ADCRV2 core. It's a sand mine. I guess I'm going to need this. Still going to need the respirator, so I'm going to put this back on. What I want. Sorry. I'm being disorganized right now. I apologize for that. So, I've got everything closed up. I'm going to take my flannel off. Once again, now I got to grab my apron, and we're going to get started with the surface grinder. I don't want to ruin my new last blade standing shirt. They just got a couple days ago. All right. Let's get this thing set up. So I am using my Broadbeck 2x72 grinder, and then this is the Broadbeck surface grinder attachment. I'm going to start with a pretty worn out belt. It is a 36 grit. It is one of Broadbeck's real nice belts, but okay. Bet that's still about 130, 140, maybe a little more. Okay. Angle's right. Actually, we're going to put you guys over here. Do you mean gut hook knives? Absolutely useless gut hooks? I can do gut hooks. I try to talk people out of them because they're pointless. There's a lot better options out there, and just having a sharp skinning knife and going with the spine towards the animal works really well. But if you want a gut hook, I can do them. I just like giving people crap about them. It's number 5. All right. All right, so now we'll do the top half of this one. The edges I'm not worried about because most of that is 1018 mild steel. Hot, hot, hot. All right, now I just want to take off the sides. I think we're going to do that with the cutoff wheel. And this is hot. I think I'm going to try to grind off some of the old welds, but we'll do that back on the broadband. we have this billet ready to go back in. So what you're seeing there might look kind of orange, but that's the heat. That is silicon brass. So the outside layers are brass Damascus on this billet, and I have now made it raindrop brass Damascus. When it's all done, the pattern will be very stretched out because I did it so soon, but I kind of did that on purpose. In my head, I think it's going to look pretty cool when it's done. All right, let me catch up with chat real quick. The Year of the Bug, that one's a 72. That's my daughter's. I have a 69. Back roads. Honestly, if you're doing a lot of skinning, a caping knife would probably be really good for you. It's basically like a outdoor scalpel. I actually have one on the website right now. Comes with a little leather sheath, but they're really small blades made out of really, really hard steel and ground very, very thin. So it's just like a scalpel. What it does is it allows you, as you're skinning, to just and with no resistance. You can also take it, turn it so it's handled down, and what you do, if you don't have a hook knife, or you're like me and don't like them, because they tend to hook other things that they're not supposed to, do this, and then run it up. So you just keep your finger right at the tip to help guide underneath the skin, and as you run it up, you're going to cut it. Raindrop, yes. 14,000. Ooh, yeah, we are past 14,000. Thank you, everybody. Let's see if we can get to 20K. How'd you do, Rascal? Nice. Good job, Rascal. I like to hear that. All right, so next thing, we're going to start the forge back up. And then we're going to start drawing that out. I'm going to let the fan run for a little bit to cool that pipe down, just a little bit, and then we'll get that going again. All right, there we go. All right, forge is back going again, so I gotta remember not to touch that billet. Usually when I have billets sitting like that, they're not very hot, but that one's over 200 degrees. I'm curious. See what temp it is. My little laser probe was saying, at first it said 211, and then it was saying 100 degrees. I know this is hotter than 100 degrees. Because I could hold on to that. I can't hold on to this. Even with a glove on, I can't hold on to it very long. So we're about 200 degrees. Okay, so it's really hard for you guys probably to see this, but you can see how thick my core is and how thin my jacket is. So I'm doing that on purpose. This is an example, but if you see how this jacket right here, this area, doesn't even go all the way to the spine, and it's just kind of barely there. It's super thin. That's what I want. At the end of it, I want that jacket very thin, maybe even just in splotches along the length of the blade. It'd be nice if it was the full length, but if it's not, it's not gonna hurt my feelings. Why I want that jacket so thin is I want to make sure that most of that blade is out of my core material. That way when we do the flex test, because we're gonna do a 30-degree bend test, both directions on this sword. So this is the steel that's going to be my Wakizashi Last Blade Standing Season 3 sword. It's just a lot of work, and I'm looking at this going, man, you're already quite a ways into this competition. And that's where we're at. But it's all right. Should go good. Like I said, the outside. So this is San Mai. So the outside layers are brass Damascus. Then I've got, and you can see the copper there. I've got copper shims, and then 200 layers of regular Damascus for the core. So, and that's 10A4, 15N20. Yeah, I think this is going to be pretty cool. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this any skinnier. We'll see. We'll just have to see how this goes. Okay, we're already up to really where I want to be. But it's a little superficial because that temperature that I've turned down the gas is going to drop rapidly and then slowly build back up. Well, slowly for the forge. So. All right, hey everybody, I'm going to step out, get rid of some coffee. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Got a quick swig of water. I'm good to go. So we're at 1750 degrees. We're going to go ahead and throw that in. So like I said earlier, the jacket of this is brass Damascus, and then we have copper shims in there. What that means is my core material, my piece of Damascus in the middle, has 2 pieces of copper, and on each side of that is brass Damascus. Copper melts at 1984 degrees. The brass that I'm using, which is silicon brass, supposedly melts at about 1880. I've seen it melt lower than that. So my do not exceed temperature is like 1830. I'm trying to keep it right about 1800 degrees. If we melt that brass out, the whole thing's wasted. It ruins the billet. So I've just got to pay attention, make sure that I don't go over on my temperature. If I go over for a few seconds, it's fine. But if I go over for more than that, it is going to ruin the billet. Okay, so while we wait on that, see, we got 200 people in here, 200 plus. All right, hey everybody, welcome to my live. My name's Brock. I'm the owner and bladesmith of Woodson Knife Co. Right now I'm working on my last blade standing season 3 competition sword. It's going to be a wakizashi. Or at least my take on a wakizashi, which is a Japanese sword. It's a short sword. Overall length 27 inches is the criteria for this competition. So a wakizashi falls right in line with that. I'm doing a sanmai, like I was just talking about. It's got copper, it's got brass in it. It's now got a raindrop pattern. We're going really fancy with it. Hopefully it all survives. If this fails and I have to redo this billet, it is doable. I have enough time. But man, it's a real kick in the pants, because there's a lot of money into that billet already and a lot of time and work. Now when I did these billets, I planned ahead and I made double what I needed. So I have cutoffs that I can then turn into another one of these billets, but I don't want to. I did not pass through or go to Okinawa. However, my oldest son is there right now. He's about halfway through his term in the Marine Corps. I know he's not going to re-enlist. He went infantry just like I did, and he has hated the past 6 months over in Okinawa, because half of that he spent on a ship doing absolutely nothing. So he's a bit salty right now, but yeah, he's back in Oki for another 2 weeks, I think, and then he's done and they come home. Oh, 311, both of us. Granted, jeez. He has other MOSs now. I did as well. Add-on MOSs, but yeah, he followed in my footsteps. All right, we're already getting some color on that billet. And really that billet's not that thick now, so it's not going to take forever to heat up. You know, no, I'm almost positive he's not going to re-enlist. He was thinking about it like a month ago, and he had been fast-tracked to make E4, and then they switched him to a different platoon, and he's already been told that that's never going to happen by his new squad leader because he's too boot, which is absolutely stupid, and I would love to have a conversation with that guy because, not because he's my son, but because of what he's already accomplished and the stuff he's already done in the Marine Corps, the schools that he's breezed through and everything. I mean, he's knocking it out of the park in everything he does, and now he's just got a a-hole for a squad leader that's going to hold him back. I had something similar happen to me when I was in early on, but it's part of it. Now, as far as re-enlisting, I don't think he's going to. He's planning on getting married as soon as he gets back, or something like that. So they're doing like a courthouse wedding until they can afford a real one. But that's why he's probably not going to stay in. That may change when they start looking for places to live and stuff, but we'll see. Yeah, going over on ship would suck. 15K, nice. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Keep up those likes. If you don't already follow me, hit that follow button. I better get the press ready because we're going to be doing a lot of this on the press. Just a touch over my do not exceed, but we're okay. It's at 1,834. Nice, that's awesome. All right, move the camera over here. The billet's up to temp, so we're going to start moving some metal. I did that from center out is I was kind of doing a test. If this wasn't solid and good to go, if it had any inclusions, as I did that, it would have split apart at the end. So I'm pretty happy with where we're at. So yeah, that's just a good sign. It means the forge welds are good, or in this case, the brazing is good. So yeah. I'm gonna open up the shop door a little bit more. It's getting hot in here. Okay. Really see that pattern. So I am going to try something a little risky. I'm worried about my thickness and drawing it out that long. So I'm going to turn this on edge and just kiss it down the sides and see what that does. If I start seeing any kind of weird stuff, I'll stop. But I need to make this billet skinnier so it can be longer. And still maintain the thickness that I want. Which I'd like around 0.2 inches thick. We'll see. That's what I was talking about. So we're going to see if we can fix that before it gets worse. Bending wood? No. Nope, we're working with steel. All right. So I don't usually use flux. The only time I use flux is situations like this. if this doesn't work, what do? We cut that piece off. Because it failed right there, doesn't mean the whole billet failed. It was just the end, and that end had a lot of stressors in it, like I was talking about. So if it doesn't forge well, back up. Just cut that little bit off and keep going. All right, so I'm going to move you guys back over here to the press. Because I could hammer that close, but this will do a better job. Yeah, it did just come right back apart. So we're going to cut that off. I knew it was risky to do this billet. All right. It was in the brass Damascus. So hopefully that's the last inclusion we get, but we'll see. I already said earlier, there's a possibility I might have to redo this if this fails, but I'm hoping for the best. I think we're going to switch gears and go over to the rolling mill. This way. Oops. Hey Keith, how you doing? I've been doing pretty good. Now that I'm not sick. I've been sick on and off a ton. Like more sick than healthy the past 3 months. It sucked. Just colds for the most part, but hey, I can make it happen. And speaking of that, actually, for everybody else as well, my website's woodsonKnifeCo.com. There is a link in my bio. Right now I've got 15% off sale if you use promo code ENJOY, all caps, ENJOY. So use that checkout for 15% off everything. So if you guys are interested in a knife, there you go. But good to see you, Keith. I can check this. I can do that. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of online stuff. I'm doing lives on here every Monday. And then I'm also doing the Last Blade Standing competition. I'm working on the sword right now. Complete one I sell. All right, well wow. I don't have any of my kitchen knives here, so just so everybody knows. So this is a really popular one. It's my base camp. This is a new design. It's called the Ridgeback. First strike. It's also got these little pocket knives. This goes on the outside of your front pocket and locks it in. So the blade and the sheath go in your pocket. Got several of those. This isn't up on the website yet, but it will be soon. Along with, I've got 2 buoys that are going to be up on the website soon. These are part of a knife drop. So, and that's Damascus clad San Mai with nickel shims. It's got a little piece of mammoth molar, and then hackberry, spalted hackberry for handle, and cool cross guard. All right, here's another one. So this is kind of what I'm going for on this bill. That's what it looks like when it's done. But we'll see. Yes, actually, Keith, most of my work is custom order. I'm working on 2 swords right now and a big machete. But yeah, so Keith, the best way to do that is go to the website, shoot me a message, or if you can shoot me a message through here. TikTok's weird and it doesn't always work, but get a hold of me and let's talk about what you're looking for, and we can come up with a price. And then for orders of that size, I just ask for 20% down. All right, give me a sec. We got to do another run. That may have ruined the billet. We'll see. Maybe not. The reason I said that may ruin the billet is we were way over my do not exceed. We were almost to 1900 degrees. Now, you do get spikes every once in a while, and I think I caught that. I didn't see any drips essentially coming off of there, because when it goes liquid quick. So I don't think we actually have a problem. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I missed a comment. Where you located? So I'm in Spokane, Washington. That's the east side of Washington State, not the Seattle side. Even though it's raining today and cold and wet, we're usually not that way here. But anyways, that's where I'm at, Great Pacific Northwest. And I apologize. No quarter. I apologize. I missed your comment originally. Kumai. C, not a K. But this is technically a kumai in a roundabout way because of the copper shims. Kumai is a sanmai with copper shims. You can call it a gomai and count the shims as pieces, but typically when they're small sheets of non-ferrous metal like that, we're not going to count them, but some guys do, some guys don't. It's up to you. You were just here. Working. WoodsonKnifeCo.com. If you go to the link in my bio, you go to my main page, there's a link and it'll come up. You click on it, it comes up in the website links there. That's probably the easiest way. 17,000, nice. Job, Joe, and everybody else, keep up those likes. I really appreciate it. All right, sounds good, Keith. Semper Fi. Oh, okay. Indian Trail. That's actually not that far from me. I'm just up north of Spokane by Cattails. Yeah, I think Indian Trail is like 10 minutes from me. You guys over here. All right. Talk to you soon, man. Because it's getting so thin, it's not taking as long to heat up. All right, we're a little over halfway there. I'm not stoked about the thickness. Well, we'll see. I guess the way I gotta look at it is worst case scenario, this billet is gonna be used for something else. And I'll have to make another one. I hate that. But every time you do something, you learn something. So if for whatever reason this billet isn't to my liking for this competition sword, because I want thicker, we'll see. It might be all right. All right, hey everybody, welcome to the live. I'm working on my Last Blade Standing Season 3 sword. It's going to be a Wakizashi, Japanese-inspired sword. If you don't already follow me, hit that follow button and pound on that like button. We're trying to get to 20,000 or more. We've already hit 5,000, then 10,000 was a goal, and now we're at 20,000 for a goal. So, and we got time, so keep them coming. still have an inclusion that I'm going to try to get rid of real quick. I'm hoping that does it. Go. It's just this end, but we're going to turn it around and work on this end a little bit, because even though I keep taking pieces off of it, the core is still good. So if I can get some length out of that, I can use part of that as my tang, and I'll just grind through all the bad stuff. There won't be anything left, if there is anything bad, now that I've cut the last bit of it off. Brass bullet. Well, right now I'm doing brass Damascus with copper shims and a Damascus core. So I'm going to say yes. It depends on the brass, though, because different kinds of brass melt at different temperatures. Most brass melts at around 1600 degrees. To me, that's a little too low to really do much with as far as forging. Red brass, silicon brass, all melt well over 1800 degrees, so those are a lot better for that. However, I've never seen a brass bullet. I've seen copper jackets and stuff. I can't think of brass shell casings. Maybe that's what you mean. Those are going to melt really low temperature, so they wouldn't be great for it. Now you could melt those down and use those in something. There's ways to do everything. 18,000 reactions. Hey everybody, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Keep up the support. It really helps me out. It's not just a feel good for me. It helps get my page out there in front of more people. Go. Almost. All right, so I flipped that billet around. We're going to hit it with the power hammer for a quick second just to get it thinner. It's a lot thicker than the rest of the billet, so fingers crossed. Now, even though this is for a competition, I still want to have some fun with it. I'm trying to be very lighthearted about this and not get like super competitive into this, but if this billet turns out the way I hope it does and the way I want, I'm going to be golden. If not, then I'll start over with another one just like it. that makes me feel better. Because even though that end was only 2 inches, right, that I had to cut off of that jacket, that's still 2 inches of 1/4 inch thick steel that can be used, that core. So now I'm going to draw that core out. That's already added a couple inches to the overall length. That core is fine. That spot of the jacket had an inclusion, and it was actually not the whole jacket. It was only part of the outside billet that failed. So it was a layer in there in that brass Damascus that had that spot. So now I can still draw it. I can get that length that I would have lost normally, and it's going to be hidden underneath the handle. It's going to be part of the tang. Now that jacket, it's going to be ground down to the tang and to that core material, so it's a non-issue. James, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, man. And I'm glad to see you back on here, man. So, thank you. Thank you for the heads up. About 6 more inches in length. Everybody, make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't already. If you have any questions, comments, anything like that, put them down there in the comments. I will get to them. I will answer them. If I happen to miss yours for whatever reason, call me out on it. Tell me, and I will go back and read it. Mishka. So we're about 4 inches, maybe 5 inches away from the length we want. Once we get there, then I'll check thickness because it doesn't matter at this point. I might double check something else though. So I don't have to go the full length, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, because the tank's not going to go all the way through the handle. But we still need a little bit longer. I am a full-time bladesmith, so I make knives and edge weapons for a living. Everything from kitchen knives to swords. Got my own little weapons wall started. But yeah, I do it all. And I do my own leather work, all that stuff. Only thing I don't do is stabilize wood and do resin. Because there's so many other guys like me, small business owners, that do that stuff. I'm not going to try to spend all that money, learn a new trade just to, I'd rather support other makers like myself. So 20,000 likes. Thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate it. And like I said earlier, it does help. The more likes I get, the more likely I am to show up on other people's For You page. Helps the page grow. I got a little distracted with it because it was over temperature, so I wanted to give it just a second to cool down. Kind of waited too long, so lost all my heat before I could really do much. It's all right, it won't take long at this point to heat back up. But I just got to make sure that I pay attention. So this is a rolling mill. So I'll bring it around to the other side so you can see it a little better. But this piece rolls. Goes this way, so it's pushing things out. This piece crushes it together. So put it in there and then it rolls it out and crushes it, draws the steel out longer. All right. Yeah, it is kind of fancy. Vince, thank you. Vince the sent you Vince the Vance Fighter. Morgan, thank you. Sorry about that. So right now I'm working on the steel for my Last Blade Standing Season 3 competition sword. That's a mouthful. So the sword I'm doing for this competition is a Japanese-inspired wakizashi. Overall length is going to be around 27 inches, which is the max for this competition. Right now I'm getting the billet drawn out. It's a very complex billet. So it's a Sanmai, 3 layers. You could call this one a Gomai, but we're going to stick with Sanmai. So it's 3 layers. The core is 200 layers of Damascus. The outside, the jacket, is brass Damascus, and then in between those is copper or shims. So, and then I did a raindrop pattern on it as well. A little over the top. But at the same time I say over the top, I want to do well in this competition, so I got to bring my A game. Pretty close, not quite. But I do want to check. We're already thinner than I wanted to be. I think we're fine for length though. So I'm going to call it right there on that billet. But we still have a little bit of work to do on it. I'm going to call it as far as drawing it out. So I'm just under 0.8 inches thick. I do a lot of knives that thickness, starting at that thickness from billet. So it's not crazy for me, but it's 0.02 thinner than I wanted originally, but that's okay. Thanks, James. I try. Doesn't always work out that way, but alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to throw the flattening dies into the press real quick, run that thing through it, and then we're going to put it in the kiln to anneal. That's tough. That's fine. Alright, so I'm going to throw the billet back in, get it hot, and then we'll flatten it out. there's part of me that's going, maybe you should think about redoing this billet. But at the same time, I think it's going to be okay. We'll see. We'll see how it turns out. As long as it doesn't end up with stress fractures. It's not going to, but there's a story behind that, but I'm not going to go into it right now. So. Finish there to send your way. Yeah, I've got a lot of finished stuff. Joe, have you looked at the website at all? So, I mean, I've got stuff like I've got this mosaic. I still have this one, but you already have one. Those aren't out yet. Got Raindrop Damascus. Walrus tusk, yeah. So this is that other one I did with yours. Wait, what? You didn't receive your walrus tusk one? Okay, we gotta talk because that was shipped out a couple months ago. That freaks me out. Because, yeah, I sent that a while ago. Okay. Well, I know what I'm doing after this live. I'm going to be figuring out what the heck. We're trying to. Sorry everybody, I'm just taking care of a couple quick things. I'm going to take that old sword out, or the other sword, the other sword out. All right, so I've got this other sword pulled out. It was down to 500 degrees. Definitely still there. But yeah, we've got the billet that I want for my competition sword in the forge right now. Like I said, there may be a possibility I'm gonna switch gears and change that and build a different billet for the competition. And the only reason is because of thickness on that. I might have to do some thinking and measuring to figure out what I want to do, but we'll see. So, hey everybody, if you don't already follow me, hit that follow button. Go to my main page, check out my videos, make sure you comment and like on them. That really helps, especially the comments, even if it's just a smiley face. Also, check out my website, woodsonKnifeCo.com. There is a link in my bio, my main TikTok page. So go check that out. If you have any questions about a special order or anything, shoot me a message through the website. And yeah, that's all I got for today. It's almost 2:30 here. So yeah. Joe, I'm gonna do some checking as soon as we get off of here. Nice, thanks Joe. So I'm gonna do some checking as soon as I get off of here and figure out what happened with that. Because I shipped that out. That makes me worried. So, all right, hey everybody, thank you for watching. Again, my name's Brock. Please go check out my website and my other videos. Be kind and much love. Have a great week.